Good afternoon, everybody. It's Saturday, and I am ready here, sort of, to jump back into my quest to figure out how to game dev my friends. At least how to figure out how to do it in Java. Anyway, hey, Sammy, welcome on in. How you doing? Um, so yeah, just kind of we made actually quite a bit of we made more progress than I thought we would make, honestly. Just kind of like, for as much as I'm kind of, you know, shooting in the dark and just kind of really coming into it from very little information, I think we got quite the distance here. I'm doing good. Feeling good, no complaints. Everything's kind of going well. It's been a nice weekend so far, and yeah, you know, everything's good. Everything's good on my side of things. Have a little bit of a long weekend here. We got a holiday coming up on Monday, so so I'm able to kind of relax a little bit more, even, which is good. But yeah, let me just, out of curiosity here, let's just make sure everything still compiles and builds, just for my own edification here. And let's run. Okay, cool. So this is still working, and it's still rotating and all that stuff. Left to right anyway. Okay, cool. So an escape still quits, right? Cool. So we have that. So obviously that model's not entirely loading. And so what I did was, after our last session, I kind of looked around and I was trying to search for how to properly process the FBX files, which is, I think, what that model comes in. And when I did, I came across an entire book that is out there for free that talks about 3D game development with LWJGL3, which is what we're using. And this actually, when I looked at it, it actually took me to a page that was talking specifically about loading models and stuff. And in there, it said, like, here's what you got to do to get that working. I think it was this chapter about SIMP, which is what we're using. And they had a similar but different way of doing it, which is good, like pulling the materials out and stuff, which isn't what I was doing, because I was running based on what, like, you know, Copilot was saying to do. Even though our stuff is working, it's not, entirely correct. So one of the things it said here was, so triangulate is a flag that I was sending, and it's actually explaining them. Like, the model may use quads or other geometries to define their elements. Since we're only dealing with triangles, we must use this flag to split all the faces into triangles if needed. But then it's also talking about join identical vertices. This flag reduces the number of vertices that are used, identifying those that can be reused between faces, which I can turn on. And fix in-facing normals. Try to reverse normals that may point inwards. So let's, just for the sake of argument, let's do those two flags. Let's add those to our import file. So this just takes int p flags, right? So if I just OR these, right? AI, what was it? Process join identical vertices. Process join identical vertices, and AI process fixed in-facing normals. All right. So just make only that change, and let's see what happens when we do this. I don't know if that... I might have to... Hang on. Let me just compile it just to make sure. I don't think it automatically compiles before I run here. Okay. All right. Yeah, the model might be a little bit cleaner right now. I think the big problem is we're so zoomed in, and we're also not seeing the textures yet, which is another thing that this talks about. So here it's getting materials, number of materials. Process the materials contained within the model. Meshes with no animations. This classifies two static public methods: load and net. Right, static meshes load. Okay, which we'll definitely need to refactor our code to be a little bit more correct. But right now, I just want to get used to it. So this is processing the materials. Process material. Return pointer buffer instances. Point to memory region. Process material methods. Default color, ambient. So we load the texture. Yeah. Okay, so this is actually bringing textures in and stuff. So, so where did I load the? So I loaded the vertices and the indices, and it looks to me like they're just going full on materials and stuff. AI mesh create, AI material create, AI scene. So they're taking it from AI scene, number of materials. And then they're doing process material with AI materials. Whereas I'm pulling meshes, which is maybe not needed. I don't know. I guess we'll see here. So let's try doing what they're doing. So they're saying AI material equals scene. No, how'd they do it? And materials. Oh, it's a pointer buffer. Get it, the number of materials. So doing a pointer buffer, AI materials, AI scene, and materials. Okay. So let's fix that. So pointer buffer. Materials. That and materials. Okay, for I is less than what they have. AI seen that number of materials. Number of materials. No, it's a long struct. What does that take? Oh, M num materials. Okay. Num materials I plus plus. Honestly, I don't even need to do that. Do I even need to do that? Because this is like, that's old school Java. List materials. AI material create. AI materials dot get I. Can I refactor that? So it's number of materials. It's coming from AI scene and okay. Let's think about this for a second. So scene.m materials dot does it have anything? It's got get. Position. Okay, so they don't actually implement any of the Java 8 streaming things. Okay, so you have to do it this way because they don't do the Java 8 streaming stuff. Okay, so just making sure there that was the case. So so we're gonna build up a list of materials. Materials. Array lists. Okay, so list AI material. No, they have list material. What is material? Oh, is that a class that they've created? That's probably a class that they've created. List materials. Unless there is a material class there somewhere. Okay. So there's no material class that I can see. So what are we doing here? So what goes in there is the question. Also, you know, something's missing here. Doing process, process material and materials. Okay, so their process material is, instead of returning it, they're doing it by ref, which I guess is fine, but it's confusing when you're trying to learn something. So what, whoops, go back please. Texture directory. So where do they put materials here? What do they put into materials? Materials add material. New material, ambient, diffuse, specular, 1.0F. Okay, did they define a material class somewhere? Okay, it's not looking like they define it here. Okay, so with that in mind, so what are they putting in there? Ambient, diffuse, specular, and then a float. So, and then a texture. So, specular is a vector 4F. Diffuse is a vector 4F. Ambient is a vector 4F. And then I guess the last one's just a plain old float. So given that their material class, let's go make one. I have class material. Make it serializable just for the sake of argument. And we'll say public material let's give it a default constructor 2 just for the sake of argument. And then, you know what, actually, yeah. Let's go, first of all, let's do that. Private vector for, whoops, vector for F. And that is, whoops, wrong way. Ambient diffuse specular. Those are lights, I believe, or at least ways of shading, if I'm not mistaken. Ambient diffuse specular, and then a float. I don't know what to call it. I guess we'll find out what to call it later. And then a texture class. Which we'll have to see what that is. Material does it say here? So it already contains. Actually, wait a minute. Doesn't this? I feel like this book has a. Whatchamacallit, has a GitHub thing. Source code of the samples in this book are in GitHub. Okay. So what chapter is this? Hey, Kelsey. Welcome on in. How are you doing? This is chapter 27. Okay. Oh no. It goes to chapter 21. Let's see. I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. No complaints. You know, it's been a good week so far. Good start to the weekend. I'm doing great. What would it be under? Engine, graph, scene. I wonder if I can I search a, here we go, go to file, material. That doesn't look right. That's fine, Kelsey. I'm not looking for an artist, but I appreciate the thought. 2%. So where am I going here? So material. Go to this one. Aha! There it is. So they have material for that default color. New vector. Okay. And then texture pass. Now, what's the other constructor? Oh, reflectance. That must be the one I'm missing. Reflectance. Okay. Well, that works. So we'll say copy. You know what? Let's get this one too. Copy those. And we'll throw them in here. Like so. And then for, what do they do for the, so you set diffuse, ambient, specular, and material index to 0. Ambient, specular. Okay, so use. I don't even know why. I don't even need to do that. Just set it here. That's what's going to be the default, and just set it here. Like, why would you... oops. Bother with it in the constructor. Diffuse, ambient, specular. Diffuse, ambient, and specular. There we go. Yeah, you don't even need to. There's no point in even defining it differently. So then I can say source generate constructor using fields, and then it was ambient, diffuse, specular, and reflectance, I think is what they were taking. Nice. Get rid of that. Okay. Ambient, diffuse, reflectance, specular. We have it in a different order though. I want to put it in the same order just so I don't confuse myself later. So where was that at? It was ambient, diffuse, specular. Okay, and then texture. Ambient, diffuse, specular, and then they have a texture path. No, see, this one takes a texture object. So what the heck is the texture object? Oh, it's just the texture ID and the texture path. Width and height. Generate texture, width and height, and buffer. Okay, so this is actually doing, this is not just a Pojo, this is doing some logic too. Okay. Binding texture. Okay, texture. Okay. Okay. I can get behind that. So, what are they doing over here? Over here with, oh, wait, no, I'm right. I'm in the right spot, just wrong section. What are they doing over here with it? They're just doing set texture. Texture cache, get instance, get texture, textures directory, texture path, okay. So they're caching the textures, which makes sense to do. I don't need to do that yet. But it looks like all you really need is the path. For right now. And I guess the ID. Right? Like that's what they have here. Yeah, they just have like an internal ID and then the path to texture. Okay. That works for me for the moment here. So we'll do new class texture. Cool. We'll do private int ID and then private string path. Source generate constructor with those fields. And then source generate getters for that guy and that guy. All right, so we'll save that. And then back in material here, we'll put private texture there, and then we'll say source, generate getters and setters. Default color. No, that's weird. Okay, never mind. Ambient color. I just need a getter for that. Diffuse. Same thing. You know what? It doesn't hurt to just make them for it, even though there's a constructor for it. Because it's not doing anything crazy. The constructor, that is. So we can do that. Save those. Let me move these back up to the top here. Just so I don't lose them in the weeds. There we go. Cool. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so we're back to the loader here. We've got material. So I'm going to go back here. Okay. So up here, I'm going to say AI material create and then get for each one of those. And then call a process material thing, method that I'll need to make. Okay. AI material create. Wait. Right, okay. PB get I. There we go. All right. All right, so I got that. So then say private. So process material. Didn't they? Weird. I don't know why they made it static void. Seems a bit odd to do that, but okay. So it takes in the AI material and the textures directory. Stop doing that. Just want to go back the other way. Okay. So really this should return. It's working on one material. I hate this. This is what someone who's been working too long in C does, right? It's like this is working on one thing. This is working on multiple things. Why did you pass multiple things in here when you could just return a material object and then just put it into the list there? There's no reason to push that onto the stack and then pop it back off again when you're not actually using it. You're doing one at a time here. I hate that. It's just, there's like, you can see that a lot of these people that are doing this stuff have not written in Java for a long time. Like they're so used to the C way of doing things, or so used to the functional way of doing things, that when it comes to writing code that's easy to read, they falter. And easy to maintain and easy to, you know what I mean? It's like baby's first object-oriented programming course, you know? So AI color 4D create AI string path. Let's get the thing here first. Oh, God damn it, I keep doing it. This way. Nope, it's not even that way, it's this way. Material. Process material. And we're taking an AI material in. Material and then string texture path. Okay. AI color 4D and then AI string path. Why are they necessary? Color path. Colors being passed into there. And then what about path? Path is being passed into there. AI get material texture. So let me see what this actually takes. SM AI get material texture. Okay, so this takes a AI material int path int buffer, and then the rest are I don't know why you cast null to int buffer. It doesn't really matter at that point. Path and then all nulls. 0 path and then all null. Okay. Oh, I'm getting it's ambiguous. That's why they cast the null to the to int buffer, because you're getting an ambiguous reference there. That's why they did that. So AI texture type diffuse. So you got AI material, AI texture type underscore diffuse. It. Where did you get that magic number from? AI texture type diffuse. So is it AI texture dot AI texture? Nope. Okay. AI texture type diffuse. Where did that come from? So what is the name of this class? It is static meshes loader. All right, so great. There is no source code for that. If you're accessing the book through a Gitbook URL, which starts with lwjgl gamedev.gitbooks.io, you're accessing an out of sync version. Oh, great. Is that what's going on? lwjgl gamedev. .gitbooks.io. Well, that's fun. Is this this must be the more up-to-date one? Great. Okay. Let's go put this one up there. Let's keep that one on the back burner for a second. That's why none of the chapters are lining up, apparently. Drawing. There we go. Chapter 9. All right. Okay, this is looking more like it. Loading process. He's got even more flags than he's using. Okay. Import file. List add. Yeah, see, now he's doing it properly with a process, calling process material and having it return a. Yeah. I mean, this is more correct code than what he had in the other previous book. Okay. So. Process material. So that's why he made it static, because it's in a model loader class, which semantics at this point. Get material color. How do I see? All directory texture cache. So now he's got a memory stack that he's using, which jives more with the thing that I was seeing. AI material key color diffuse. Where the hell? And AI texture type none. Where the hell are these coming from? Well, I mean, now it's okay. So chapter 9. So it's model loader now in chapter 9, right? Source main. Loader. Oh yeah, it's import static, all this stuff. I hate when people do that. I really, really do. Because, well, let's put it this way. It's okay if you're doing it for yourself or your team. But when you're writing a book and you're trying to teach people how to do stuff, this is the worst thing you can do. Because then people just reading your code, you're not usually putting your imports in your code blocks that you're showing. And so you see this and you're like, where the frick does this come from? And you, unless you can see all your imports, you would never know. Because people leave this off all the time and it just drives me absolutely insane. You know, it's like when you're teaching somebody to do something, don't do that. It's okay if it's like, you know, production stuff, kind of. Although I'm very anti-star imports, just in general. Because look at this crap. You're bringing in all of Java Util. You're bringing all of these classes in. You're saying you depend on every single one of these classes, and dollars of donuts you don't depend on. You depend on less than 1% of them, you know. And now you're just I mean, the modern compiler will look at that and go, yeah, you're full of BS and I won't pull everything in, but why? Again, it comes down to you're trying to teach somebody how to do something, and when you're doing these star imports, they have no idea where any of this crap is coming from, right? So it's like, it's also a sign that you didn't use an IDE when you did this. Like this is a red flag up and down that this person did not just wrote it in Notepad or Notepad++ or something, right? Which, okay, fine. You wanted to write code in that? Knock yourself out. But like, there's so many free IDEs available that are so much nicer, and they just take care of all this crap for you. You don't need to do star imports because it'll just import it for you. Like, you know, like this is what professionals use, right? If you want your code to look like amateur hour, you do this. You know, and it's the worst thing is to do that and then publish a book and be like, look at this is how you learn how to do this, and your code looks like, you know, you just graduated college. Sorry, I had to rant about that for a minute. So it's coming from, yeah, so plug all those in. So what was the thing? So load model, blah, blah, blah. So he does have like a process indices and stuff. So that much I was correct in doing. And he's using the stream stuff for it, which is cool. Though interestingly, he's bringing them back as an integer array. And I was kind of wondering about that because it's like, I was keeping stuff as like weird objects, and I'm like, do I really need these to be weird objects, or can I just use regular Java language here on some of these things? Okay. Color diffuse. AI texture type none. Okay. Memory stack. Stack push. So the other thing here is we're... Oh, I see, because you're putting that onto the stack. Get the AI texture path. Sure. So I was looking at this like, where is this being used? And it's just that one spot. So honestly, I mean, if it's only being used in that one spot, here's another rant. If it's only being used in this one spot, and you're not catching any exceptions, then why isn't this stuff just outside the try? Like, what is it? Like, I get that result is going to be used in here, but like, I mean, is it just because you want to scope result to there? Because that's really not that important. It's a freaking integer, and just shove off. You're looking at it once, and then you're not never looking at it again. So, and materials outside the scope of the try. So it's like, what are you? All you're doing here is muddying the waters as to what you're using this for, right? Like, it's just, you move this down to here, and now we can see directly, oh, you're using stack right there. And then the rest of this is supporting that, and I'm fine with that being in there. All right, it's just like, this stuff is not supporting this, question mark. Like, it's putting stuff into material, but it's not necessarily generating anything that's going to be used down here, right? So in fact, we're setting the diffuse color again here. Oh, we're setting it to default color. If texture path is not null, yeah, okay. AI texture path data string. Okay. Texture path. How would that... I guess it would be null if the callback failed? Sure. Oh, well, okay, so AI get material texture might make it null. Although, I'm struggling with something here. So we got a texture cache, right? Oh, it's getting the texture from the AI material. Okay, I was just trying to figure out how the hell that was coming into play, because you've got texture cache here, which is just grabbing the texture path from the material, which is just model directory. New file texture path. Get name. Okay, so it's pulling it out of the file. What the file name should be. I'm not sure this lines up with how the textures are, but I can always make that line up. This is taking a model directory. Okay, where's colors being used there, right? Let's see what we've got here. So I go back to this, and we say, so this is really not texture path, this is really model path. And we're saying what? New material, and then get material color. So that's different than get the material texture here. So wait a minute. Okay, so we're saying do we use color anywhere else? Yeah, we use it in a couple different spots. Okay. AI color 4D. Create. And I get material color. Material color. That's AI material. Material key color diffuse. Is it AI mat key? Color diffuse. AI texture type none. 0 and then color. Okay. So we got that, and then if result equals AI returns success. Material set diffuse color. Then that's vector 4F there. Color R, G, and B, and A. So RGB and alpha. Okay. Okay. All right, and now we do the try with memory stack. Stack push. Right. Okay. See here. So the next thing would be the AI string AI texture path. Okay. Oh, it's doing colic, not malloc. All right. And then it's AI, and then we're on to the AI get material texture. It's material, and then AI texture type diffuse. Type diffuse 0 AI texture path 0 AI texture path, and then cast this null to int buffer. There we go. Then we're taking the texture path, make it into a string. so string texture path. Texture path, data string. If string utils that is not empty. Texture path. Materials, so set the texture path. Okay. So I'll have that on my thing here. I changed that, so that should be string texture path. Generate getters and setters on that. There we go. And it's model path plus file separator. File texture path, get name. Isn't there an easier way to do that? Path separator. What's that? Hey, Premiere, welcome on in. Odd time to stream. I'm a little bit earlier. Yeah, a little bit earlier than I usually do on Saturday. I was trying to get in a little bit earlier to do stuff. How are you doing? Ooh. Oof. Default name separator character. Oh yeah, okay. I did have the wrong one there. I've done that a couple times. It's separator. That's what it should be. But I wanted to see, is there files dot huh. You're doing good. Usually sleep at this time. Yeah. Yeah, it's that's good. I mean, it's good to hear. That is good to hear. Wi-Fi. Oh, excuse me. I guess not. So there isn't a better way to do that. New file. Okay. I think I know what they're doing here, because I think what they're doing is they're taking whatever texture path was that came out of the model. They're looking for the file name, right, and then just putting that onto wherever the textures are actually located. I think I see the method behind the madness there. You're waiting on your phone to get there. Ooh, nice. What kind of phone did you get? Luckily my Pixel has been doing really well. Like I've had phones that just kind of really like start to slow down and really get bad after just like a year or two, and the Pixel's been going really well. Oh. One. Ooh, Samsung 18. Okay, good. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, I swore by the Samsungs for a while there. My last phone was a Samsung. I think, yeah. I forget what model it was. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. The only thing I didn't like about the Samsung was that they put way too much crap on the phone. Like a lot of Samsung overrides, you know, like email apps and text message apps and all that stuff, which I didn't really like too much. That's kind of why I went with the Pixel phone, because it just had you know, the baseline applications that were better than all the stuff that they were putting out. Like the phone manufacturers were putting out. So okay, so that's the texture path. And then set diffuse color to default color, but I already set that, so I don't need to do that. So all I have to do is just return material. All right. Finally got it for years. Hard to switch. No, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean it's still a good solid phone. Yeah, I was getting tired of all like the different apps sort of fighting for supremacy on it. Yeah. This one is working, this one's not working, and all that stuff. So that's good. That's good. Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so now this should be materials.add process material. that's the file name. Oh, that's the file name of the. That's not the. It's not the directory. So I gotta look at how they do that. Model path. Oh, okay. They're doing file. They're getting the directory by doing file to get parent. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I can do that. I can say, does AI import file take a... No, it doesn't. Okay. So just doing file... Get parent. Okay. Let's see here. Let's just make a class for myself. File utils. Private file utils. All right. Public static final. Boolean. This string file name. Just doing file. Isn't there like paths that... Crap. Yeah, you can do files that exists. Options primarily used to indicate how symbolic links are handled. No guarantee that subsequent access will see. Okay, file exists. Path of file name. That. Thinking of doing coding Java, perhaps, but not sure if boot camp better than school. I mean, it's comes down to what you're feeling. Honestly. So we're talking, back in 1998, when I was deciding in my senior year of high school whether or not to go to college or to just try my hand at just trying to get into programming without it, I looked at a lot of the job listings that were out there, and everything required a bachelor's degree, pretty much. There weren't even that many associate degrees either. It was just a lot. Everything just needed a degree. And unfortunately, it feels like that's still very much the case from what I'm seeing. Like, whenever we post job offers and stuff like that, it's always like 4-year bachelor's degree or equivalent. And they're still weeding out a lot of people that would probably be very good at the job, but just don't have that baseline requirement, which I've never agreed with, but it still feels like that's the case nowadays. Which is, I mean, it's exponentially more difficult to go to college these days, just from the affordability perspective of it, than it was when I went. And it was pretty expensive when I went, but now it's like uber super expensive. I don't know if state colleges are still cheaper or not, but that's, that's something you have to look at. But yeah, it's a tough call. Like, you kind of just need that hall pass, whether it actually has any meaning behind it or not. Like, you don't have to worry about going to the best college or anything like that, because there's still such a shortage of developers, despite all the layoffs and everything, that they're not really looking at what college you went to. They're looking more just to see if you actually have a degree. So you can find something, some backwater community college thing, on the cheap, then just do it, just put up with it, and just roll with it. If that's what you really want to do, if you really want to get into programming and stuff, because you just kind of have to have that hall pass. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. The best thing you can do in that 4 years, though, is just keep doing stuff on the side, keep doing your own things, keep learning, and just use whatever time you got there to just build up your skills and everything. The skills that they're not going to teach you, because there's going to be a lot that they're not going to teach you. And I think that's even true in like the top schools. There's a lot they don't teach you that you need. So that's the best thing I can say is, like, if you really want programming as a direction, right now, unfortunately, you just kind of have to suck it up and do that, get a degree. I didn't want to. I didn't want to go to college. I really didn't. I was so fed up and done with school when I got out of 12th grade. But I was like, if I don't do this, I'm going to be passed up for a lot of stuff, and it's going to be really hard to get over that hurdle and get just to get an interview. You know what I mean? That's all I needed. I just needed an interview. I just needed to be able to sit down and talk to somebody. And unfortunately, you just kind of need that just to get FaceTime with somebody. That's the problem. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. Oh, it's a far arc? So I can just do that? Okay, that works. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of my take on it. And it really, it really depends. It really depends on if you want to do programming or not. Because it is like the first couple of years as a junior developer and then moving up the ranks can be pretty miserable. Depending on the industry you go into. It's like, I'm very lucky to have found a niche that I can get into where I am not pigeonholed. I'm still learning relevant skills and everything that can get me a job anywhere. But I'm also not. I also have a work-life balance. You know, that's the real difficult part because I know the first 10 years of my career where there was only work, there was no life, and that was that caused problems. That caused a lot of problems. So you just kind of have to see if that's what you want to do, what you want to get into. You know, there's always the possibility of going it solo, and I had thought a lot of times of doing consulting work and stuff too. But hello, Anna James, welcome. Yeah, I had thought about doing consulting stuff too, and it's that's a different beast. Like, it's very hard to find a good consultant because they're always jumping around and they don't really have any stakes in what they're doing, because they're just going to be gone in 6 months anyway, so they just slap things together. But every so often you get a consultant that really, really knows what they're doing and really does a great job. And it's hard because you have to come up to speed with new systems, you know, new processes and new, you know, learning these code bases and stuff very rapidly. But if you can do that and be really successful at it and be really good, like, you know, you can there's maybe not a lot of money in it if you're consulting for an agency, but if you can then maybe go independent, you can probably get a lot. I'm doing good. How are you doing? So we got exists, and then what was the other one that he's doing? That's good. Good to hear it. Yes, I am a coder. Let me see. So they got the file exists. Right. And then there was something else I was trying to pull out of here. Oh, the get parent. That's what it was. Get parent directory. Static final string get parent directory. Just confirming, yeah. No, it's no problem. No problem whatsoever. What was that? Parent. Okay, so what I want to do is be able to pass the file name in here, and I want to say if exists, then return new file name. What is your problem? What is going on here? Okay, why can't I get an import? Where am I from? I am from Pennsylvania, US. The only issue I have is I dislike people. Well, I mean, there's a lot of developers that dislike people. It's surprisingly common. And most companies do kind of shove us into a corner and say, go do stuff. And it's kind of pleasant to just sort of be able to do that. You're from Florida. Okay, cool. Cool. East Coast. East Coast represent. Why aren't you Control Shift N? There it is. Weird. Clip sometimes doesn't understand Java, which is weird. Get parent. And go. And then what is this? This is throw an exception. Oh wait, what is it? Return. Oh yeah. Okay. Return. Got it. Okay. Cool. So then, and that's used to just get the. Whoops. Where am I going? Over here. So I want to say. Save file. Utils. Get parent directory of the file name. All right, that's a lot nicer. Okay, so that's pulling materials out of there. And then, what's we doing here? So we're loading the model. We're pulling materials out. And then they're doing meshes, which I'm already pulling out. Make sure I'm doing it the same way here. So, yeah, I see meshes, default material. So how am I doing this? Process. So I'm only processing one mesh, but they have multiples here, which actually makes sense. So I want to change that up a bit. First of all, material lists. Trying to figure out, so they got material there. Default material. So they're just adding it as additional materials. The meshes, that is. Huh, interesting. How long have I been coding for? So I got my first professional job in 2003. So we're talking 21 years? Yeah, something like that. 21 years. Been doing it. So, been around the block. I started, my first job out of college was a small startup company that was working in the insurance industry. I did that for 5 years, and then I went into e-commerce. So shopping sites and whatnot. Some of the actually popular shopping sites even, at least at the time, like NFL Shop and things like that. I was working on back end stuff for that. We were on a core team that was doing like the generic core of it, and then all the customizations were happening with other teams. And then I went into what was the next one? The next one was analytics. I worked briefly for a company that did like a different user interface over advertising in Google Analytics. So Google famously is really bad at UI stuff, like really, really bad at UI stuff. And the Google Analytics stuff for their AdWords and managing all that was just a nightmare to navigate. And so companies would create their own front end for it that was more user friendly and actually give you better information. And then you would just call the Google APIs in the back end. And so I worked briefly for that company until they were bought out and basically dissolved. And then I was into healthcare for a little bit, like just very low key stuff, doing processing systems, things like that. And I forget actually what was the core. There was a phrase for the core app that we were working on. It was, I forget exactly what it was, because it was, again, that was another like very short stint before it was bought out and basically demolished. And then now I'm into, I guess, the more pharmaceutical side of it, I guess, with chemical management software. So we're just like, basically tracking where, if you're in like a research, whether it's a school or a research and development pharmaceutical research company, like you have to track all of your hazardous chemicals and stuff that you're keeping on your premises and where they're at and all that stuff and who has them and whether or not you need to reorder like gloves and other stuff like that. So just been working on that for the last, actually it'll be 10 years in February. So I've been working there, which is the longest I've worked at any company. But it's been very good. They've been very good to me. There's good people I've been working with. So, I kind of settled into finally found a company that it was like, I could be here for a while, kind of thing. Cause I was always getting like the 5-year itch and stuff like that. And I haven't had that here. Like when I joined, like it was telling, because you joined a company and like most of the people that were there for 5+ years already, and some for 10, 15 years. So it's like you join a company like that, you kind of know that they're doing something right usually, So that's been the long sordid tale. I've worked on most of that was there was another one in there too that I forgot about. I briefly worked for a company that was doing gamification of sales teams. So basically whenever a sales team would score a new client and stuff like that, we had essentially signage that would fire off, and it would fire off events. It was, basically a web browser running on a TV, and it would fire off all kinds of like videos and audio and all this stuff to kind of like hype them up about their sales. And it's a marketing, it's a sales thing. Like salespeople are built different. I'll say that much. Don't ever like suggest a friendly competition with salespeople because they don't understand the concept. That's all I'll say there. I you know I like bowling. I've always liked bowling, and we went. The company decided to have like a little bowling outing with salespeople, and oh boy, they do not understand the concept of just a friendly competition. Man, they get like super pissed off when you're whipping the ground with them, and you know it's just like, geez Louise, guys, we're just trying to relax and have some fun here. And they're just like super serious mode. So yeah, just some life advice there. If you're ever invited to a sales outing and there's some kind of friendly competition going on, maybe you don't want to deal with that. I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson the hard way on that one. Because yeah, that was it's just weird too, because like, dude, we're all, none of us are professionals. We're all just drinking beer and just bowling, and it's like, why is this become a like a PBA match suddenly, you know, a professional bowling association match suddenly, you know? Like, it's okay to be bad at something that you're just having fun at. You don't have to win every time. Yeah, I learned that very much. I learned to steer clear of that, because that gets a little bit that gets to be a little bit too much. Yeah, shouting matches and stuff like that. It's like, geez, guys, it's you know, relax. There's no need for your blood pressure to be going through the roof. Yeah. But I mean, that's the thing, right? They're salespeople. They're all about winning. And when they're not winning, they're not happy. Let me see here. So loading model. Okay, we did that. All right. So the meshes. Material index. Material lists. Get mesh list, add mesh. So they've got a material model material list. So they've got a material class then, right? What does their material class look like? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Kind of get worked for a driving company. They wanted their drivers to do some sales on the road. Yeah. Yeah, that's that feels yeah. It's interesting. It's like I mean, it's not an unknown concept to have a traveling salesperson. It's just it feels like it's a holdover from the olden times, you know, like now everybody's connected and on the internet. It's like why would you need anybody to be mobile when they're for selling stuff? Like I can understand going to a client site and to speak with them directly in a familiar setting like that. I can understand, but like cold, like going cold, door to door, that just seems unnecessary anymore. Also kind of dangerous at this point. So I have default color here. List of meshes. Ah, okay. This is what I have, right? Vertices. Right. Am I new to streaming? Haven't seen me before in this category. No, I've been doing this since 2015-ish. A little bit earlier than that. I've been doing YouTube since 2013. And I've been doing streaming since 2014, 2015. I think Twitch has been since 2014, and I think YouTube streaming has been since 2015. And I've been multi-streaming that whole time, pretty much. But I mostly just stream myself playing games. So it's not until the last year, is it a year? Yeah, I guess it's about a year. It's not since the last year that I've started actually doing coding and stuff on stream. 'Cause I was always kind of like coding, but I wasn't sure if it was interesting enough. And then at one point I was just like, you know what? Who cares? Who cares if it's interesting or not? I'll just do it, And that's kind of where I'm at. Yep. Just doing that in the hilltop wasn't fun. Left there for a year. Yeah. No, I hear you. Not much experience in extreme. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Streaming for me has always been just a side hobby thing. So I don't put a whole lot of thought into it. I know there's streamers that go through their numbers and they get all their thumbnails in a row and they get all this stuff going and they put a lot of work into it. And I'm just like, you know what? I got a full-time job and I'm not looking to be the next, the next coming or anything. So it's I'll just do my thing and, it is what it is. I enjoy it, which is why I do it so often, but I don't really put a whole lot of extra effort into it. Put it that way, because it started off as a I started doing the YouTube stuff mostly because I had an incident where I took a week off vacation from my job and didn't talk at all for that week. Like, really didn't use my voice at all. Didn't have anybody to talk to. Didn't say anything. And I went back to work, and my voice was so weak that even people sitting next to me at the table when we were giving our morning stand-up couldn't hear or understand me. And I thought, okay, I can't lose my ability to communicate. I still need to be able to do that. That's still important. As much as I prefer going it alone, I can't lose that key ability. So I thought, well, I can either stand in front of the mirror and talk to myself, which will get old pretty fast, or I can do this thing that I'm enjoying. Like, I was enjoying watching Let's Plays on YouTube and stuff. I was like, I can do that. Let me try that. So I did that, and then I was collabing with someone in Minecraft. We were on a Minecraft server called Livecraft Mine back in the day. And there was this guy on there called Toast, I believe. Burnt Toast, I think. And we were, like, he was streaming the one night, and I was just on there, and we jumped on a call, and he sort of, like, nudged me. He's like, hey, why don't you stream stuff? Why don't you stream doing Minecraft and stuff? I was like, I don't know, maybe. So I did. And, you know, it just kind of, after that, I was like, all right, well, this is not bad. I'll just keep doing this. It's where I ended up with that. And I wasn't, like, I didn't have the webcam or anything then, because it was like, why would I put my face on stuff? But it got to a point where people were, like, requesting it. So I was like, all right, I'll get one. And, you know, that's kind of where it went from there. I just, like, incrementally kept changing things here and there. Got a much better microphone. So I started out with the Blue Yeti, which a lot of people still use. And it's still a very good microphone, but I slowly over the years just upgraded, and I'm still not any good at audio, or really video for that matter. But, you know, I over the years just kind of slowly made tweaks here and there and tweaks there, and, you know, it's where I'm at now. You know, that's basically where I've ended up. Yeah. What are they doing here? Yeah, see, they're getting texture coordinates and all that stuff. So other vertices, VBO ID lists. So he's keeping the list of IDs. Instead of the coordinates themselves? Interesting. Element array buffer. Bind vertices. So they're doing, so they've got a memory stack here. She's using, I don't know why I didn't highlight it, but there it is. Now it's highlighted. Positions, coordinates, indices. So we'll kind of have to do the same thing. I want to type this. I don't want to copy it. I want to type it out, because I want to. Typing it out helps me to helps my brain kind of lock onto it and learn it a little bit better. So number of vertices. ID list. So that's mesh. So then that's material. We got model loaders where we were. So then material index. So then it's calling process mesh. Okay. So I can do these. I just can't do the new mesh yet until actually, I could do the new mesh. I just can't. I just have to. There's more to it than just that, but okay. So let me see something here. So you got number of meshes. I have seen M meshes. So I have this is completely different from what I was doing, which is interesting because what I was doing actually was working. But I mean, there's more than one way to do stuff, I guess. You're a digital artist for about 7 years? Cool. Awesome. Yeah, I know, I follow a couple of artists online. There's a couple I watch as they do their thing, so very cool stuff. I wish I had any kind of eye for art or music or anything like that. I don't. I really don't. How are we doing this? Why is that? Am I slightly confused here? So we're just getting the meshes out of, wait, didn't I just do, no, okay, I processed the material, right, that's why I'm like confused for a second. Alright, so how am I doing this? Pointer buffer, AI meshes. Okay, so pointer buffer meshes EV theme dot meshes default material. Okay, and looping over the meshes again. That's not at this time, Anna. But I appreciate the thought, but I had a channel artist already to do stuff, so. But thank you. I appreciate the thought. Okay, so number of meshes. So we got the meshes here, and then material, default material. I guess scene meshes get. See, I'm only processing the first mesh. I got it. Can't see any stuff on my channel, so yeah, I was like I said, I kind of just do a little bit here and there. I don't have a whole lot of stuff that I need done. The logo and stuff were done by my previous artist, and my YouTube channel banner and stuff. But like thumbnails and stuff like that, I just do my own, you know, stuff like that. So, and the description boxes and stuff, I don't really worry that much about. Like all the panels and stuff. I don't worry all that much about that stuff. Yeah, it just is what it is. It's nice to have them all customized and stuff, but I've jumped around to so many different streaming sites that it's, you know, it's like at some point I just kind of go with less is fine. You know, it is what it is. I mean, I do the same thing with when I edit my YouTube videos. There's a lot of people who will put like a ton of like effects into their videos and all kinds of awesome cuts and all this stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't really need to cut. I'll just do a straight cut. I'll just do a fade. I'll just do that. I don't like. I just kind of get to a point where I'm like, is that really enhancing the experience or not? Sure. Just I think on my Twitch page there I have my Blue Sky linked on there, so you can send me a link on there if you're on Blue Sky. That's fine. I don't know if you might even be able to put a link in the chat there. I don't know if I have that turned on or off, honestly, at this point. But yeah, sure. Go ahead. Default material. So wait a minute. What am I doing with the material here? Oh, I wanted to see if. So does this have? No, it doesn't, because it's a pointer buffer, right? Okay, so I have to do the old school for int I is less than scene and number of materials. I plus plus, right, and then oh, I've got the wrong one. M number of meshes, not materials. We got materials on the mind here. Do I have Discord or Instagram? You don't use Blue Sky? I don't really have... let me see. I think... let me see. Hang on. I think... does this work? Memory leak death. .tv slash Discord. Yeah, there we go. You go to I'll put the link in the chat there. That's my Discord, and I think I have there should be a channel on there. At the very least, you'll be able to get my thing out of that. So let's go. So hopefully that'll work for you. I don't know. It's I use Discord, but I don't use Discord, so it's there, but there's not a whole lot of activity on there. So it's fine if you join and then send me a message and then leave. That's fine too. There's not a whole lot going on there. I don't know if I have. Did I link my? I think I have an Instagram. I don't actually recall. Nope, I don't. Or at least I don't have it linked on there. So there's that. Let me see. 1 second. There you go. That should do it, hopefully. Yeah, I have my DMs turned off because I was getting too many scams on Discord. They were just Web3 nonsense. Too much of that was going on. So I had to shut all my DMs down. Okay, so I've got the meshes there. Process mesh. Okay, so then we're doing a create off of that. And getting material index. And then just building a material out of it. Material index is greater than or equal to 0 and it's less than material list.size. Material equals material list. I get that. Otherwise, it equals default material. Ah. What is the point in that? Oh, I see. Because it's doing a get mesh list and an add. I see. I see what they're doing. So just updating the mesh for the materials that already existed. Based on the material index. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so mesh. Where do I start here? AI mesh. So basically this. Material. Get I. And then material index. Wait, where did I put that? Put it out. No, it's inside the float. Let's say int material index equals. I guess I should call this AI mesh now, so I don't get confused. Mesh dot and material index. Oh, it's still using the material list from above. Okay. All right. Okay, material. Wait, was that inside the loop? Yeah, it is. I was gonna say. Default material. Otherwise, if material index is greater than or equal to 0 and less than the size. Wait, can't I just do something else there? Okay, Anna. Thank you. Thank you. Material index. What is the thing here? So yeah, I guess that works. Material index it's less than where's material list at? Oh, materials. And then they just do material equals that. Mesh list to add. All right, so here we gotta do get and add mesh lists. Mesh to mesh lists. If not, default material get mesh list is empty. Why is it doing that? Material list and oh, if it's got I see. Because if I've put stuff in the default material that's a mesh list, then we're adding it. Okay, I see what they're doing. And then where's the process mesh at? Up there, AI mesh creates to do process mesh there. Does return a model, right? Return new model. Model ID. Yeah, okay. Okay. So before we go too far here, make sure I've got all these in here. So it's gen smooth normals. Get all of these flags. So we need, so process triangulate I've got. Fix in-phasing normals I've got. Join identical vertices I've got. Alright, so we need process gen smooth normals calc tangent space. Limit bone weights. Bone weights and pre-transform vertices. There we go. All right, so we got those in there. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna want to get I need to get the model class. I gotta get the mesh class and the model class together here. So for mesh right now, I just need these just to have something. And we'll figure out the rest of this as I go. So mesh here. Okay, and paste those in. Generate getters and setters on that. Okay, that's good enough for the moment there on that. So this will bring back a mesh. So got vertices, indices. See, I don't even have that there. So I have to see what that does. So process, where's the thing at here? Have process mesh. There we go. And yeah, new mesh vertices, text coordinates, indices. Just what I would expect there. Okay, that's weird. Process vertices. So he's got buffer remaining AI mesh. So he's got process vertices. Let's look at that one because I already have that. Well, kind of. I have it here. Number of vertices, float buffer. Go and M vertices. See, that's coming from the mesh. And we're not taking it from the mesh though, right? Or we are taking it from the mesh. So we're taking a buffer. I don't know why he's doing it that way. Buffer AI mesh M vertices. Vertices that put texture coordinates X, Y, and Z. I mean, I guess I'll do it that way. Just bring back a float array. I mean, I guess that makes sense rather than doing a mem alloc on the float. You don't really need to. All right, well, let's do this. We'll say private. Wait, is that capital F float? No, I didn't think so. Process vertices. Okay, so we're doing buffer remaining times 3, yeah. Yeah, mesh M vertices. Vertices, we're doing M vertices. Buffer remaining, buffer gets. Yeah, you don't even need to do it that way. I see what he's doing. He's doing basically the same thing I was doing. It's just a more sillier way. Yeah, because you just need the number of vertices times 3, right? So it's float vertices equals new float mesh m num vertices. Ooh, stop that. Vertices times 3. All right. And again, I wonder. I guess it doesn't really matter, but it's like I kind of like this approach better, where it just goes into an object. The X, Y, and Z just go right into the object, and then you don't have to screw around with stuff. But you know, you could do it this way, I guess. For each what are they calling it here? Actually, can I just... I could just... Oh, I could just pull this out as an array, couldn't I? Does this have any more... No, I guess it doesn't have any other options on it. Because I'm doing a for each. Does this have a stream? I don't think it has a stream on it, does it? And vertices dot... Oh, it does. Oh, this is even better. Stream. Map. So do that. Dot to array. That'll give me an object array. There'll be float objects instead of that. Let's see what we can do there. So this is function. Oh, map. I gotta figure out the I gotta figure out the lambda for this. So it's map. Think about it. Think. Think. Let me see if I can get a little Copilot help here. How do I map the above AI mesh.m sees fall results to a native float array using Java stream methods. Lat map to double? How did you get float out of a double? Parentheses. Map to object. In stream. What? 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 That is just like completely off the wall. Like, what the frick is he even doing? Okay. Let's, all of our stuff is very fluid apparently. Let me think, but it did have a thing there. Flat map to double. Each element of the stream of the contents of a map stream just by right. To double. Double stream of X, Y, Z, right? Yeah, X, Y, Z. Yeah, I was gonna say, can't convert from double to float. Yeah. I wonder why there's not a flat map to float. There's no float stream, is there? No, there isn't. I mean, I could have them as a double instead of as a float. I don't know if that's going to cause problems later. It might. It might. Um, Let's try asking a different question here. In my process vertices method, how do change the code to return a flipped array instead of double? Getting worse and worse. Can you rewrite that to use Java's strings? Map to float. How? What do you want to bet that that doesn't exist? Let's just see. Map to int. Map to long. Map to object. I wonder if I did just map. Float. No, there's like a value of and not much else. Well, I guess we're going to keep it as a... Is it double here? Let me look online. See if other humans have weighed in on this. Java stream. Map to float array. Wait, what is this doing? Oh, see, okay, this actually is more correct. Map double float value. And then to array. I don't think you even need to do that. So map double float value. That makes more sense. So map double float value. Although it's unhappy about that. Why? type double does not define float value. Double as applicable here. Double stream. If I have a double stream coming out of it, right? Double float value. Double unary operator type double stream is not applicable for the arguments double float value. Operator. That's not gonna work. This is a double. Wait a minute. What does this give you? This gives you a double stream back. Primitive double valued elements. Each element, each map stream is closed. Stream flat map. Very powerful float double rounding implied commensurate result. Balance, you want some of the balances. Map to double. Let's provide a map to float. So many float to double. Float is corrupted and therefore resolve the operation. Case float in a number called double value. Still get this error. Float wrapper doesn't have to handle the conversion properly. Okay. Trick here is to use a big decimal. Crap. So really it's just not... Okay, so they did it that way because there was no other alternative. Which is kind of crappy. I mean, actually, there was an alternative because I did... Well, yeah, I did the... I did a float buffer. Although you have to call flip here. Which I think is what they're trying to avoid. Can I just do, let's do flat mat. Oh, I don't know how I would... Yeah, it's not worth it at this point. Just better to just do a for each on it. Because it's like you're dealing with floats and that's not is largely not copacetic in Java as far as the streams go. There's 3. And I'll just do for each. And we'll just say, oh, I don't have... Let's just make life easier on ourselves here. List. Float. Wait, there is no. Is there? Yeah. Float vertices. New array list. I mean, even that's like. Yeah, they do actually a position 0. I could do that. Because you don't want to take up that much space in memory for it. Alright, so I would just do vertices index.
Welcome to tonight's game between these two rival teams. The visitors are Zebra Space Pirates, and man, have they been on a roll lately. They're coming into tonight's game with a 3-game win streak. However, if there's any team
plus
right
equals
leading talent for Shine Sparkers on the
vector
host tonight
x.
in a loud and passionate arena. Buckle up, everyone, because this is gonna be a ride to remember.
What's wrong with this now? Frack you. Of course. Must be final or effectively final. Can I do a collect on it? Or just... Now the problem is you have 3 different... Because that's... let's see, now I have to look up Java mat versus flat. Because I always forget here. Optional exact type we need. Optional 2 map will lead to a nested structure as the map implementation does an additional wrapping internally. Flat map. Let's see. It's not providing additional null safety. It's better to keep a flat structure. That's exactly what flat map does. So it equals optional of string flat map. Optional of string, okay. List of lists. Okay. Collectors stream flat map collection be flattened to AB. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I just don't want to do it the weird. I want to do it a modern way, and that code doesn't look very modern. I know I'm agonizing over something really stupid, but it's just, it bothers me sometimes when I look at that. I'm just like, there's gotta be a better way. Stream. contents of a mapped stream produced by applying the provided mapping function to each element. I wonder if I could do, because it's returning a stream, right? Is what flat map is expecting. So what if I did stream of X, Y, Z. Yeah, wouldn't that work? Because all I just need is, because all it needs is a wrapper around it to say it's a stream, right? I'm just saying, and it's flat mapping it. So I should be able to just return that, right? Was it unhappy about object to flip? Okay, well that's fine. We'll do new. Wait, isn't there was a way to do this. It's not there. It was like float dot something. Damn it. I had it in my head for a second and it's gone. When using Java stream method to array, how do I return an float array? That's not what I was asking. Crap. Isn't it just float new? It takes something here. It's like to array. Come on. Int function. For type arguments. Float. Return type. Has changed a lot since learning it back in my day. Oh yeah. Yeah. Java's changed a lot over the years. Java 8 was a big change because that's where they brought streams and lambdas into it. So more of the functional programming stuff. And I've always struggled with that even in other languages. But I've now screwed around with it enough all these years later that it's starting to actually click in my head. It's taken a long time, but it's starting to click. It's just there's these little idiosyncrasies that I have to kind of just hammer on it a bit to try and work my way through it, because they're very powerful and they can make some very they can make code that's easy to look at and easy to process, but they can also get, like, you can get really super complicated, and I try not to get too complicated with them because then it becomes a maintenance nightmare later on. But something like this, where you're just like, I just want an array of stuff to come back, it's pretty straightforward when you read it. It's just building it is the hard part here, because I'm trying to because you're always fighting with, like, this doesn't return the type that it needs to return in order to get to the next step in the list. But yeah, I mean, even other stuff with the JVM has changed dramatically. The JVM is a lot faster than it's ever been. It's better with memory management than it's ever been. And now we've got all this pretty interesting stuff where you can, like, compile down to a binary now, and you don't have to, like, have people download a JVM anymore. You can just compile it in with your code, and it'll just launch your code from its own stuff now, and people just look at it as just a binary to the end users, and they're fine. And you can go even one step further with the Graal VM stuff, where there's no longer an interpreter, really. It's all compiled code all the way down. And all that stuff. I mean, that's all interesting, cool stuff. That's why I'm like, I've stuck with Java for so long, is because it's still improving. It's slow to improve, granted. It's sped up quite a bit over the last couple of years, but and it still has its, it's still wordy and verbose, don't get me wrong. And there's still some things that are, it's still got a lot, it's still an object-oriented language, which there seems to be a big rebellion against. And I can understand both sides of it. Like, I started out in C, so I started out in the non-object oriented stuff into the functional programming, and they have their pluses and minuses. Like, I don't do hardcore object oriented programming, where you've got these giant object graphs, and this interface extends this interface, which extends this interface, which extends this interface. Like, I try not to go into that craziness, because it just becomes a maintenance nightmare. And, like, I've been dealing with the Spring framework recently because we've been upgrading and stuff, and I tried to pull over. There was a patch in a newer version of Spring that isn't released yet, and I tried to pull a class over from that into an older version that I could have used, and just the level of indirection that class had in it was just insane. Like, you could barely read and barely follow how it was doing things. It was just so off the wall and crazy. And ultimately didn't work the way I needed it. And so I ended up just scrapping it and writing it myself and doing it in a way that like other people who don't have PhDs could understand. It's just like, I always go back to the, if you struggle to debug something at 2 a.m., then you didn't write it well, and too many people don't. They just write this crazy, like, off the wall nonsense, and when push comes to shove, they're nowhere to be found when stuff breaks, and it's everyone else's task now to try and bring some sense to chaos. Just downright chaos. There we go. That's what I was missing. Or not. You don't like the conversion. It doesn't like the down conversion. I guess that makes sense. I wonder if I can do this? No, I didn't think it would like that. It doesn't like objects there. That's fine. Let's just make it, we'll just make it an object float, because why not? I mean, it's probably going to have to be, I wonder if I could convert that to native. Actually, isn't there a, hang on, array utils to, I thought there was like a to native, to primitive. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. We'll make this work. Done. So much effort into such a stupid thing to put so much effort into, but it's just like, it makes me happy that that's readable. and I'm not doing this, which is, I mean, technically this is still readable, but it looks amateurish, and I would rather, if nothing else, at least look like I know what I'm doing, even when I don't know what I'm doing. Process texture coordinates. Buffer M texture chords 0. Buffer is null. Return new float. Okay. Float data. New. Oh, it's returning an empty float array. Okay, yeah, I guess that's the way you would have to do it, because you're doing a native and not an object. I wonder why. So we're doing buffer, process texture coordinates. So we got the vertices. We'll do the process texture coordinates. Private float process texture coordinates. It's the wrong thing. And mesh. All right, and then let's see if I can. So we got mesh dot m texture chords. So that's a pointer buffer which doesn't have any stream stuff on it, right? Okay. So that one we're kind of screwed with. And texture chords returns a. That's not the buffer it returns. And texture chords, because we did that. Didn't I just do that already? No, I did the. I did material or yeah, materials and meshes. They return pointer buffers, right? Isn't this returning? Yeah, it's returning a pointer buffer. So why are they casting it down? I guess they're casting it down to the actual buffer that it is, so that they can easily get to the X and Y stuff, but that's not really animesh and texture chords. Oh, if I put 0 there, does it give me something different back? Yeah, it's bringing buffer back now instead of pointer buffer. Okay, that's why. Different methods. So, by doing that though, since buffer is a stream thing, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Stream. So basically the same thing we did here, right? Stream of. What are they doing? X and Y. So X dot Y. To array then array utils all right, but then I have to check there might not be any texture coordinates to this. Buffer is null. So did I work with any personal projects with Java when I was first getting started? Not really, honestly, because so in college I was mostly doing C. It wasn't until my final year of college that we actually had a Java course. And in the Java course for the final project, I did make a paint program in Java and Swing. So I did that. But then my first job, I started out for the first like 9 months or so. I was writing Visual Basic, um, and then it was after the first 9 months that they kind of split off the well, they kind of split off two teams within the company, and one team went and did .NET stuff. I think they were doing. I don't know if they were doing C# or they were doing Visual Basic.NET. I think they were doing C#.NET. And then another group that I became part of went off and did Java. So my first foray into Java was in the professional space. It would have, I kind of wish I had done more Java stuff on the side, but really honestly, my like learning projects that I did were all in C. C and assembly and a little bit of Pascal. But I did Pascal in high school as like a, you know, not an honors course. It wasn't for honors stuff, but it was like an elevated course. It was like a side course that they offered for a couple of us, and yeah. So I did do stuff on the side. I did do like hobby projects, but they were not in Java because I had taught myself how to do C before I got into college. And back at that time, we're talking, so 1994. No, I'm sorry. 1998. When I got into is when I started college. 1994 was when I first got my first computer. So between those 2 years, between 94 and 98, I was it 94 that I got my computer? No, it was actually 96 that I got my first computer. Yeah. So between 96 and 98, I was not only learning how computers work, but also learning C. And then at that time, Windows 95 was a big thing. My first computer had Windows 3.11 on it, and then I upgraded to 95. So DOS was still like a big thing for gaming, and gaming was what got me interested in programming, even though I didn't go into the game development stuff because there was more money in non-game development stuff, business applications. It was the thing that got me started, and at that time DOS was still a big thing. So writing stuff in C, writing command line stuff in C, and then writing in assembly, with the built-in macro assembler stuff built in, and you would do a mixture of both of those things. You would drop into assembly to do like mouse control and keyboard control, and then the different video modes, mode 13H and all that stuff, the 320 by 200 mode that a lot of games used, and all that kind of stuff. So I kind of learned that stuff before really getting into like web stuff. Because I really I moved from that into, my career started off as me just being a full stack developer, and that's what I've been for my entire career. So I do web dev, but I do the database, the back end, like database integration and back end integrations and all the plumbing, and then also UI stuff and everything. So the entire range of that. Um, so, and that's why, and that's, you know, that's been my career there. But it was initially the idea of making my own games that got me started in programming, because I didn't really, I mean, this shows you how stupid I am. I knew I wanted to do something with computers. I didn't know what it was. Like, I just wanted to operate computers. I just wanted to do anything that had to deal with computers. And it didn't dawn on me until I had a computer that the people who designed the hardware and the people who designed the software were two different people. Like, for some reason, I had it in my head that the hardware and the software were designed and created by the same people. And when I found out, and so I was like, I don't really want to get into hardware stuff necessarily. That I wasn't as interested in that. But then when I discovered that, no, those are two different fields entirely, that's when I realized, oh, I want to write code. That's what I want to do with computers. But that was just like a revelation to me. It never dawned on me that you could just write software. You didn't have to deal with necessarily with hardware. You have to know a little bit about hardware, but you don't have to know the ins and outs of it. You're just interfacing with drivers and stuff that someone else has written. Although driver development is still, if you're a software developer doing driver development, you have to know how the hardware works. But that's a subspecialty among everything else. And those folks are pretty darn smart. That and the AI people, pretty darn smart people. I tried to learn AI back in college, and the math was just too much for me. I couldn't deal with it. It was just too beyond my ability to understand. It was just way over my head. It was interesting, though. It's interesting learning about, artificial neural nets and genetic algorithms and stuff like that. But it was, I just don't have the brain for it. That's why I say, like, those people are really super duper smart people. I could not even process a fraction of what they do. Indices. So where's the process indices at? So that looks basically like what I was doing. They're returning an integer array. Let me make sure I'm doing something similar. Process indices AI mesh. Yeah, no, I'm doing it a different way. So let's do it the way they have it. So private int process indices mesh. AI mesh M faces, which is, so I do a for each there, right? So we got mesh.m faces dot stream. think this just returns. Int buffer. So M faces get I returns an int buffer, and it just returns one integer. Yeah, okay. So we can just do a regular map here. Right, oops. Regular map, and that's face oh no, this is a whole buffer of them, right? Oh yeah, it's got a buffer remaining. Okay, never mind. So we gotta do flat map face. So it's stream of face dot m indices. Dot. Oh, there's an array. Wait. Does int buffer? Face.m indices dot no. I don't know if I can call array on that. Oh. Oh yeah, because they have, so up here I do number of faces times 3. So that tells me that there's going to be at least probably an X, Y, and Z for all of those. This one might require the old school way. Oh, they're getting the... Oh, I see what they're doing. They're getting all the faces. And then the indices inside the faces. Oh, maybe that's what I'm doing wrong in the other one, because I'm only just getting the indices, right? Or is that true? Yeah, I think so. So they're getting the faces and okay. And the faces dot for each. Let's do lists integer. Lists. Okay, and then faces, and then indices on the face. Okay, so face dot indices. Damn it, stop that. Indices. There's no stream stuff on the int buffer. Okay. So I'll have to do this the way they have it. Well, buffer remaining. Buffer. Okay, so face dot indices. Well, buffer has remaining. Indices add buffer get. And return what did I do here? Yeah, stream mapped int. Yeah. Indices stream map to int. Already integers though. Turns out int stream considering results applied to a given function. They're already integers though. But you do have to map it, so I guess that makes sense. Okay. All right, well, that's a thing. So now up here in the doing the process mesh now, or not? Yeah, no. What was I doing? Process. Yeah, process mesh. return a mesh, and then call those methods. So, private mesh, process mesh. All right, so we can get rid of all this stuff that I did. And we can get rid of the return too, because that's not correct anymore. Alright, and it's basically calling vertices, texture coordinates, and indices, right? Float vertices equals process vertices float texture chords. And it's indices. Okay. So I have those. Then what else do they do? Texture coordinates may not have been populated. We need at least the empty slots. If texture coordinates length is 0, number of elements vertices dot length divided by 3 times 2. Right, because there's 2 texture coordinates per vertice. Float number. Oh, so he's just making sure that the texture coordinate array is the correct length with nothing in it. I guess that helps later on. I mean, I feel like that's unnecessary, because you can just do a check to make sure you have any items in there, because all you're doing is creating an array of empty, an array of null, basically. Actually, it's even worse than that. It's a primitive float, so that means you're creating an array of zeros. Which, maybe that's why. Yeah, maybe that. Okay. Okay, I'm coming around to what they're doing. Because if it was just an array of nulls, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if it's an array of zeros, because it's a native. All right. Okay, fair enough. So, okay. Texture coordinates length. Then we want number of elements equals vertices length divided by 3. Times 2. Text chords equals new float elements. And then it's just return new mesh with that. So where's my mesh thing at? Oh, yeah, I can't do. Okay, we need to. Okay, hang on. Let's go here. do new mesh. Because there is logic in that. Whoops. There's logic in this constructor here. And I don't know if I like logic in my constructor, but or like the kind of logic that they're putting in their constructor, but I know, okay, I know why they're putting it there. It's... I know why they have it there, I just don't particularly like that. Hey, Space. Welcome. Been looking for someone trying to learn coding and other stuff for too long. Well, it's... I'm mostly just trying to learn game development stuff. The coding I've got, for the most part. But the... working with creating an engine, a game engine is something I've never tried to do before. So from that perspective, I'm trying to learn that. Trying to learn how these things go together here. But welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. So they're putting it in the constructor. I mean, sure. Because the only other alternative would be make it a static, and then it would be more like a get instance. That would be a static get instance, and then it would bring you back. I kind of like that a little bit better. Yeah, I guess it's two sides of the same coin. If I call a static get instance and I pass in all this stuff, it's technically the same as just doing this. Or I can just have the regular default constructor and call a different method. Like call initialize or something. Or... yeah. That's not a bad idea. Let's do just having it in a constructor. I feel like that's kind of abusing constructor a little bit. So let's do this. Let's say public static mesh init, and it's taking positions, texture coordinates, and indices. And all right, indices, positions, texture coordinates, indices. What is positions? Because I feel like they just renamed something different here. Crap, I gotta look at their thing. Just process mesh. Vertices. That's what I thought. Let's try and name things consistently here. So I don't get confused later on. Alright, so that should work. Yeah, that'll work. Wait, I should do... Can I do this? No, I didn't think that would make any sense. I can't just do this. Okay. I can only do that if I actually define the constructor, which I didn't. Okay. And go back to here. Alright, so the memory stack. You're using that down there. Number of vertices. Video ID lists. So these. So this I could just do. Video ID lists. Let's just set that immediately. Since we're just, automatically setting it there. And then this dot, or mesh dot set number of vertices. Indices dot length. Okay, so that's good. And video ID. OID is GLGen vertex arrays. So that's GL30 probably, or in my case, 40 whatever. What have I been using over here? Is it somewhere? 46. Okay. So OID. So mesh dot set OID GLGen vertex arrays. So GL 46.glgen vertex arrays. And geo bind vertex array. Alright, okay. Just wondering what was going on with that. So geo 46 geo bind vertex array. Okay. Okay, now we probably have to do our try, right? So is there's no catch down there, right? Yeah, okay. So try memory stack. Equals memory stack that stack push. Okay, good. So so we're down here, so I gotta do the video ID gen buffers. Buffer. Okay. Geo float. All right. So I get the gist of where they're going here. But having said that, I'm getting hungry, and I kind of want to go get something, and I hate to stop right here, but I'll know where to pick it up again, at least. I hate to stop here, but I know where I can pick up again with it. Yeah, I think we'll stop here. It's been just over 4 hours. I think that's a decent length here. I would have liked to get to a point where I could see the model, and I mean, I still have to point it to the correct textures directory and stuff like that. But we're not far off from that, I don't think. This whole thing was just kind of a rewrite based on just trying to figure out what they're doing, which is good. I'm gonna have to get the cleanup thing in there too. Yeah. Attribute array, all that stuff. The one kind of problem that I'm running into is, though I understand why the code is here, I don't necessarily understand but like why certain buffers are used or needed. I know a lot of that is down to like the OpenGL stuff. And I would have to know more about what OpenGL is doing under the covers, like with the array buffers and why it makes sense to put these in here, like this, right? Because like I can emulate the code, and I can understand why the code is there, but I don't understand, like, if I had to do this without having something to look at, I wouldn't be able to necessarily do it, because I couldn't, I don't have the underlying knowledge of when it's appropriate to use one buffer versus another buffer versus, you know, stuff like that. And the other thing I'm wondering about, like, this is obviously using the OpenGL stuff. The question is, what does this look like when it comes to the Vulkan libraries? Because I can find plenty of information on OpenGL stuff, but when I try to, like, I'm hoping that this book here has like the Vulkan stuff in it too. It doesn't look like it does. It looks like it's mostly OpenGL stuff. So I'm gonna have to see if I can find something that talks about that too, because I would like to be able to support that, because I know it from a very basic perspective. What is that? Turn off notifications from AMD Software Adrenaline Edition. What the frig? Just, yeah, turn those off. Why are you bugging me about stuff that I haven't seen? Windows 11. Anyway. So yeah, I'll have to see if I can figure those out too, because I would like to do, as crazy as it sounds, I would like to do parallel development on both of those and have both engines available, which I know is a lot to try to learn both, but I feel like they both have similar underpinnings. They just go about it completely in different ways. So I'll have to see if I can find something on that. But yeah, I think, you know, so far, and I also have to go back up here, like with the game loop and stuff, because I know the game loop that I have is not quite correct, because there's my game is gonna run faster on faster machines and slower on slower machines, and you need to have like a tick going, so it runs at the same speed on every machine. So there's that. I think this is just rendering stuff. I wonder if there's a role mapping, object picking, deferred shading, drawing, OpenGL debugging. Yeah, I'll have to see more there. I'm sure this talks a little bit more about something, but it's kind of like it has a lot of yeah. It does explain a few things, but doesn't really go into too much depth on it. Is another thing. But anyway, But you know, I wouldn't be as far as I am without looking at some of this stuff anyway. So there's that. So we're good there. Yeah, I think we'll stop here, and I'm not going to commit anything because it's just going to be broken right now. But all right, I think that will do it for me for right now. I don't know if I'm going to do a stream tonight or not. I might. I might jump on in a couple hours again and play a game or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I might just take the time to record something instead. I still haven't put anything up on YouTube in a while, and I need to edit some things and put them up there. But we'll see what I feel like after dinner. But yeah, that'll do it for me for right now. What's the tomorrow night we'll be streaming some Heroes of Hammersmith, something like that. Heroes of something. Hammerwatch. That's the word I'm looking for. Heroes of Hammerwatch. We'll be back to doing that. And Monday night I'll be back to coding doing some more in the streamer bot that I'm working on. So we'll be back to just like web dev stuff for that. And Tuesday and Wednesday we'll be playing some more Dragon Age Veilguard. I'm also, between now and then, I might do a test stream here tomorrow maybe. I'm going to try to switch from Restream to doing it myself via Nginx on my machine, because I want to see if I can stream to YouTube at an 8,000 bit rate and then still stream to Twitch at 5,500, because you can't go much higher than that. You can go like 6,000, but that's about it. So I want to see if I can do both of those and get like a higher quality stream on, see how it affects the stream quality. Because I noticed with Dragon Age in particular that it was pretty crap. Like the visuals were very muddy and blurry and stuff. Some of that was due to I was accidentally streaming at 720p, but a lot of that's just due to the low bit rate too. So I want to see if I can maybe do that, see if I've got that working or not. So I might do a test here or there, but yeah, that's the story as I know it right now, my friends. And then Thursday, I believe the new Horizon Lego game is coming out, and I'm very curious to see what that's all about, because I love the Horizon series. So I'll be taking a look at that, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I don't see anyone online that I could raid out to, so I won't. Instead, I will say thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you, and hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Just another note too, that I am, for the month of November, participating in the Extra Life donation drive stuff. We're supporting Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So if you are so inclined and you want to toss some coin there, you can go to memoryleakdeath.tv/donate, as you see on the screen there, and it'll be directly in Extra Life's sandbox at that point. I don't see anything else about it, so that's a thing. But until then, see you. Bye.
Oopsie.